Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist! By Mouth Daily, pill number 833. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Oh, there's Sophie. I don't want to shoot her. Alright. Dang it. Set phasers to flaming. Dang it. Alright. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 833 pills, 833 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she now, heck! The show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. The show, in a sense, is also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble at a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives the first. I'm the second coming. Will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol, the pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right. Hello, everyone. Let's dang the dang show. Let's do that next. All right, let's go to my personal timeline first. And we'll go to acid math. And we'll go to Dangnation. And Facebook live streaming. And George's Ganja Lounge. And live streams the page. All right. All right. I think the next step, some places they raise the roof. Here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor. The rising floor lifts all feet. Dang it. I slit the sheet I slit, on the slitted sheet I sit. Let's see. All right. Bang it and dang it and double dog dang it. Hammer, screw, nail, pound. Run. Good to see you. Construction noises. Hey, Justin and Leandra. Hi, Leandra. All right. Hammer, screw, nail, pound. Construction noises. Raise the floor. All right, let's bring out Disco Jesus. Finally changed the batteries on Disco Jesus. Hey, Carly Jean Pinch. Alright, before we build it up, we should break it down. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 833 pills, 833 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy to see now. Hell, I mean heck, the show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas. Hey, Nolan and Douglas, Carly. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph. Oh, I love you too, Carly. 19th century home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yes, the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quarter of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show, a 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ah, ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver. With Antissa. Hey, Elliot. With Antissa. Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Oh, thanks, Hans. Including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first, on the second coming, will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working in the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children, and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Almost there, here. All right. Hey, Scott, I'm surviving. Hey, Jacqueline. Oh, nothing too exciting. Dang it. All right. Eric Connolly, didn't you just hear the description? The words of the day are coming. For sure, Jacqueline. I forgot to do it the past couple days, actually. We're overdue for some new words of the day. Hey, Mariah. All right. Now, some new words of the day. Oh, wait, where's my trolley? Dang it to heck. Where's my trolley? Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. Hey, Mama G. All right, the first new word of the day is... Hey, Mantani is here. Anything. Anything. Anything is the first word of the day. All right, and the second new word of the day is... Absolute. Anything. Absolutely anything. How do you mean, Jacqueline? All these are, all the words I use are magnetic poetry. Yes, yes. Jackie Petros. Jackie sent me them. All right, now it's time for new word of the day. Or no, not, we already did that. It's time to light the fire. Light the mini fireplace. Go Gadget mini fireplace. All right, now time for a little communion. L833. Time for communion. Hey, Nathan. Somebody compared it to a Zen garden once, Jacqueline. The setup and every day. There's something satisfying about ritual, I think. Or can be. No, that sucks. Hey, Laura. Mine can feel loose a little bit sometimes too. I don't really have a preference. Hey Thomas, welcome. Amanda, hello. I might have added a couple more things. Who knows? Who knows? Oh. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, there's one thing that's been bothering me I haven't really talked about. I don't know. I had a friggin' herpes legion on my butt cheek. Dang it, dang it, dang it. When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't have herpes, but then, like, the very next person I had sex with, like, you're really susceptible to things, especially herpes when you have HIV. The person I caught it from, they had shaved their face and they had never had a cold sore, right? And you know, they carried it asymptomatically, but I got it all over my ass and I don't know, whatever else. And then dang it, dang it, dang it. Anyway, I've been debating whether I take this medication. I don't know. I just hate my life sometimes. It doesn't even hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. It's like barely. It felt like just a tiny little itch. I don't know. Bye, Mouth Daily. Bye, Mouth Daily. Whatever. I don't really like to talk about it, but I figure, you know, like this show is about breaking stigma. It can be hard on your kidneys. My HIV meds are already hard on my kidneys. They can make you dehydrated. I already don't drink enough water. I had it was asymptomatic, but my last UA showed I had kidney stones. And then it feels like I have this, like, maybe like this stone in my salivary gland. You can feel this bump right here. And that could be, I feel all crystally inside my body. Hey, Marcy. I don't know. And, like, it's really not bothering me. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry. Oh. Dang it, dang it, dang it. So, I don't know. The only reason I would take the meds is like to decrease the chance of passing it on, right? I don't really want to give my wife herpes. Maybe I already have, and she's just asymptomatic. Most people, like the majority of people, won't even know they get it, right? Because it's like so minor. if I didn't know what it was, I wouldn't have noticed this example. Like, but my first outbreak was so much different, right? It felt exactly the way I remember chickenpox feeling. When I was like 11, I got chickenpox, and it felt almost identical. Like before, like the outbreak, before like the pox or like the legions came, I just had this like pounding headache and a fever, and I just felt really sick, like, and just like this horrible pain in my ass. Like it was like felt like my ass was on fire, but you couldn't see anything. Like before the legion started, it's just like, oh. And then I've had 2 more outbreaks since then, not including this one. And all the other times it was a lot less severe. None of the like the systemic symptoms like fever and all that. It really doesn't bother me. Like it really like it's like tiny. It's like this big. It's like super tiny. It's like right on my butt cheek. I don't know. Even when it was fresh, it barely any pain. Yeah, it's not a fun topic. It's embarrassing. But like, there's so much stigma around it, and it's really not that bad. It really isn't that bad. I don't know. Again, it reminds me so much of the chickenpox. Like, no one, like, and chickenpox are like herpes too. Like, it can come back every once in a while, like shingles, like. But for the most part, like, it's, you get sick, you get better, and you move on with your life. Now I was researching. Because again, like, my only concern is really, like, because the symptoms aren't that bad, like, my only concern is, like, I don't want to give Laura, make Laura sick, right? So, I asked the doctor, I'm like, well, do I really need to take the meds? Is that we're gonna, make it so I shed the virus less? And like, where do I shed it from? And she's like, really, basically you're only shedding it like in the area right around the lesion. Like, you don't have to worry about kissing or anything like that. So that made me feel better. I was worried about giving my kids cold sores or something to give them a kiss. And so that made me feel better. And she said I'd probably shed the virus a little bit more right before a lesion, during a lesion, and for a couple weeks after the lesion goes away. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, right. You're not the only one, Ed. I think that's pretty common. Erogenous zone for many people. Hey, Amanda. Thanks, Amanda. I've been holding that one in for like 3 or 4 days. Took me a while to talk about it. I told Laura about it today too. I mean, she's known I've had the herpes outbreak before, but still, it's just something. I don't want to just to verbalize it and make it real. But it's I'm not afraid of the truth, though, right? Fuck it. By verbalizing it, it takes some of its power away. It is really similar, Mama G. I don't know if you're born with it. I don't know if most people are born with it. Thanks, Mantani. I try not to. I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's hard to stigma is really hard to tackle. Even self-stigma is really difficult to tackle. It's hard not to feel gross and dirty and all those awful words. I have a planter's wart right now too. No, it's a virus. It's a virus. The cold sores are caused by HSV1, excuse me, and typically, the majority of cold sores are caused by HSV1, and the majority of genital herpes is caused by HSV2, and the different viruses have an affinity for the nerves in the different places, right? That's why they tend to be there. But just because they prefer those other places doesn't mean it's impossible for them to inhabit the viruses of the nerves of the other place, all right? So the person I caught herpes from, they had HSV1. They had cold sores that they never knew about because they were so minor. And yeah, this person was way too aggressive, right? He raped me on a couple of occasions. Raped me once and was way too, I would say, sexually assaulted me on other times. Anyway, I lived with him, and most of our sex was consensual, but anyway, like I said, he was aggressive, and he had this whisker. He had shaved, hairy guy, and he's freshly shaved and caused whisker burn all over my ass. Right. Good pun, Matthew. Hilarious. All right. Yes, Jacqueline. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can give it back. What I was told when I first got the outbreak, and it was really painful, is that when a person gets HSV1 in their genitals, it tends to only be a one-time outbreak. which wasn't the case for me because but the other ones have been a lot more minor, right? But the first one tends to be a lot more painful. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. No, it's alright, Matthew. Gallows humor is good. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, Ryan, are we talking about... I didn't see it. Are we talking about hepatitis C? Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool there's a cure now. The definition of a cure for hepatitis C is having undetectable viral load for 6 months. That's how they define somebody being untransmissible with HIV, being undetectable for 6 months.
Bill 833.
The recurrent outbreak, this is my third outbreak, and each outbreak has been subsequently smaller. This one is like, if I didn't know, if I hadn't had the other ones, I wouldn't have even known. I would have just thought, like, I don't know, like scratched or something. I don't know. Because it started off as just itchy. Just on my butt cheek, just a little itchy spot. Man's killer's got a cold. Yeah, I hope you get access to the medication. That's the only shitty thing about the cure for hepatitis C is it's expensive. What's wrong, Laura? Talking about the beard? Hey, Morrison. Thought maybe we could read the rest of the story tonight. Oh, it's good to see you, Morrison. Thank you. Yeah. It's criminal. It's criminal. It's absolutely insane. That's good, Ryan. I'm glad. I'm glad. That's good, Ryan. I'm glad. Love the caveman. So do my best. Tim the Toolman Taylor grunts. What kind of operation you getting, Man's Killer? Let me guess. No, I'm not gonna say it. Yes, it's true, Ed. You should come visit Mantani. I hope it goes smoothly. Hey, Christina. I've never heard of that, but I'm not sure. Maybe I should take the medication. Do you guys think I should take it? I don't know. I'm worried about this stone in my... I think it's a stone in my salivary gland. For this really minor herpes outbreak I've got going on. Valcyclovir, acyclovir, whatever it's called. It's a 10-day course. Well, I don't know, because it can dehydrate you, and I've already been dehydrated. I could just drink more water though. And my last UA at the doctor, I had the kidney stones, but they're asymptomatic. I didn't feel them. And then it feels like I have this stone inside my salivary gland. I've taken it before. I just don't think it's really necessary.
Bill 833.
It's well, it's contagious regardless. And it's only contagious around the site of the lesion. And it's just this tiny lesion on my butt cheek. It'll help clear the lesion faster, probably. But I think it's already going away. Just one tiny spot, right. I just don't think it's necessary. And if I felt more coming on, like you can feel them coming on too. Like before I had the lesion, I was just like, oh, that's itchy. I have this itch. I was reading about it, right? Because I asked the doctor and she didn't give me a clear answer. Like I asked because how it works for HIV is by taking my medication and keeping the virus suppressed, I'm not contagious, right? I don't shed any HIV in my bodily fluids, as long as I'm taking the medication. But and the studies for valsiclovir, or people, regardless of that, whether they're taking medication or not, are able to, when people were having an outbreak, like 95%, you could culture the virus or tell that it's being shed in 95% of samples. But when a person wasn't shed, like didn't have the lesion, only 5%. So 95% of the time, you're not shedding the virus if you don't have lesions. But 5% of the time you are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, not 100% sure, but... Yeah. I had my immune system, with the HIV that's compromised, even with because I get shingles out. I had a shingles outbreak back here last year, but that was right at my rib cage. My body just struggles to keep these skin things under control. Dehydration. I'm just worried about these stones. I don't want kidney stones. I don't want this salivary stone to get worse. Hey, Jeanette. I'm gonna see if the doctor said anything about it, because I messaged her back and said, do I really need to take this?
Bill 833.
Yeah. How do you do that? Have you done that before? Thanks, Lance. Well, don't worry. I don't think a herpes lesion's gonna kill me. I'm all right, Neil. You're a top fan too. How? That's pretty cool. Dang it. Innocent. No such thing. Hey, Clint. Hello. All right. Dang it. really isn't, though. It was the very first outbreak, but this has not been painful at all.
It was the very first outbreak, but this has not been painful at all.
Nice, Bob, nice.
Nice, Bob, nice.
I didn't hear what happened to Mama G. YouTube a video how to pop a stone out. I don't even know if that's what it is. If it is a... It's right here. Like on the... Like right here, but on the inside of my jaw. Right back here. This really bothers me. It doesn't hurt. It is like I can't stop playing with it now. Yeah, but more like on the back of my jaw, like under my tooth. Like on the. This was my. Oh, never mind. Can't even describe it. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Urgh. Oh. Yeah, I just been feeling really bad about myself. God dang it to heck. It was pop. I think it was popcorn. I do think that's what it is, Mama G. I was eating popcorn when I noticed it. Thanks. All right, Matthew. I don't think I will do that. Thanks, Chloe. Yeah, I think so too. I've been kind of wore out, I think. But I don't know where that popcorn is even stuck. I don't know how it got stuck in. Where did it get stuck in? It feels like it just feels like smooth and this bump. That's so much to deal with, Scott. Let's give Scott a shout out. You're always saying supportive things to me, Scott. Scott Hughes, we love you! Scott Hughes, we love you! I'm just having a hard time. I don't want that. No, thank you. No, thank you, Chloe. Thanks, Jeanette. No, that doesn't sound nice. Rest does, though, a little bit. I don't know, like, I just feel so gross. I also have, like, some yeast infection or ringworm or something. I don't know. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I don't think it has anything to do with the moon. Maybe a little bit to do with my ass. That moon, but that's my moon. Well, I've got the antiviral here, but I don't know. Who cares? I don't need it. Oh. Yeah, so the doctor's got me creams for the yeast or ringworm or whatever it is. Who knows? Some fungus. My skin is just gross. I'm gross. Everything's gross. I shouldn't talk like that. I'm supposed to be... Oh, I guess I'm embracing stigma. Oh my goodness. No. Dang it. Thanks, Mantani. I don't have any. I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say. If only I knew how. I don't know. I don't even know where I could pick them up, let alone delivery. Hey, Nina. Dang it. Oh, shucks. Oh, I'm just being a downer today. Right now, I'm just complaining about my herpes lesion. Dang it. And about my ringworm. Or yeast, whichever it is. She visited just the other night, Nina. 2 nights ago, she visited. Oh, I'm not gonna blame the moon. I figured out how to focus the telescope. We took it outside, not yesterday, the day before, and couldn't get it to focus. There's like a locking mechanism on it. And that sounds nice, Sandy. I know. It's just a fungus, right? But still. I don't know. I just get skin infections so easily. I get yeast in my nose. Anytime I get a cut in my skin, I get yeast. It's just part of having HIV, I think. Lots of people with HIV have skin. Yeast is a big problem with. Yeast, it's like a microorganism, sort of like bacteria, but I don't know. Yeast is what makes bread rise and what turns milk into yogurt. But on the human body and in warm, moist places, yeast can overgrow. Like people get yeast in their mouth. They call that thrush. When you get or women get vaginal yeast infections. That's pretty common. But yeah, there's a guy like a wound, especially when it's like someplace warm and moist. No, it's colds work on a different. There's a different mechanism in your skin that is a specialized immune cell. They're called ILCs, innate lymphoid cells. They work similar to the white blood cells that fight off colds and things like that, but they're innate. They're pre-programmed to fight like common things like yeast, herpes, just like the common stuff that people are exposed to all the time. Though it's pre-programmed to fight those, and a person within the first 3 weeks of HIV infection, all of those ILCs, all of the innate lymphoid cells are eradicated, and they don't come back afterwards. And they're also important in mediating skin healing and things like that. And it's known for sure that people with HIV have chronic inflammation, and I'm pretty sure the lack of those ILCs are what causes the chronic inflammation, because those ILCs will normally take care of minimal like the most common infections, and without them there, your body is always having to activate its main immune system to fight the most common stuff. When normally there's like these specialized guys that are there for that. I took a hot shower yesterday, or 2 days, was it? I don't know, yesterday. I think it was yesterday. No, it was 2 days ago now. Seemed to go okay. What's wrong with a hot shower and herpes? Yeah, welcome back, Man's Killer. Anybody seen Becky lately? I haven't seen Becky James. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. That's good, Laura. I hope she's doing okay. Hey there, Sidwell. Thanks, Mantani. Okay, well, that's good to know. Oh, shucks, Mantani. I don't know. I'm not feeling really sexy like right now. Time for communion. Crazy, right? We're coming up on 1,000 fast. Hey, Audrey. Hello, hello. How cool with that? 1,000 shows. That'll be really exciting. I've had my top fan badge on other pages go away. I don't know if it was removed from me or if it went away because I just stopped interacting as much on the page. I don't know. No, I don't plan anything. Oh, planting's really not my style. Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? When it gets that cold, it's about the same, I think. I don't know. Let's see. It's 127 days. Is that right? What will the date be in 127 days?
It's Thursday, June 27, 2019.
Thursday, June 27, 2019. Um, 167, right, sorry. Thank you. What will the date be in 167 days?
It's Wednesday, February 20th, 2019.
February 20th, 2019. What will the date be in 127 days?
It's Wednesday, February 20th, 2019.
That's not right, is it? What will the date be in 127 days?
It's Thursday, June 20th.
Okay. What will the date be in 167 days?
It's Tuesday, August 6th, 2019.
Okay, that's right. Tuesday, August 6th. Tuesday, August 6th, 2019. Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mamra, the ever-living. I gotta turn off the light so you can see. Thunder! Thunder! Thundercats! Ho! Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mumra, the ever-living! Ah!
Minimal infection. Minimal.
Dang it to heck. I love you, Sidwell. Huh? All right, go get it lights. Hashtag destruction is what's going on. Let's see. Ah. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you still well. Oh, that sucks. That sucks, man. Killer. I'm impressed with myself with you guys know how many lights turn off with just those 3 switches? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. You count all the bulbs in there. 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 lights. 12 lights with 3 switches. Alright. You're welcome still. Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mumbra, the ever-living. And then thunder, thunder, Thundercats. Ho! These Thundercat action figures are pretty cool. Oh yeah. Speaking of electrifying, what's her name again? I forget. Is it Frankie or something? She's electrifying too. My son got this in one of his Valentines. Now I have to get a full size one. Yeah, it seems it's working on this end too. Yeah, she's pretty cool. That's Laura's edition. These candles suck. I bought 2 packs of them too. These are new Target candles. I gotta go back to Walmart. I like Walmart candles better. The Walmart votive candles, those are the ones I use. Because tea light candles, they're too small, right? They make it, and they don't last the full 4 hours in there. Maybe I'll return the ones to Target. Screw that. The second package I'll return. Oh no, storms knocked out your power? Well, thanks for checking in here with the little power you have. That sucks though. Hopefully it comes back on. Your refrigerator. That sucks. Hopefully again. Hey Douglas. Throwing out blood? Have you been to the doctor, Jeff? Thanks. Sam's putting your dog to bed? That sounds fun. Yikes. I'm waiting for the storm to kick in here. I wonder if it started snowing here. I'm kind of thinking the kids won't have school. There's like 100 to 90% chance of snow from now until they're supposed to be to school. It says it's snowing now. Then 80% chance at 4, 50% chance at, or 80% chance at 5, 70% chance at 6, 80% chance at 7, 90% chance at 8, 90% chance at 9, 90% chance at 10, 80% chance at 11, 80% chance at 12. I'm really thinking they're not going to have school. It says it's snowing, but it's not. There's no snow out there. Oh, I got a new toy. You guys want to see it? World's smallest Rock'em Sock'em robots. Every Monday you don't school? My kids have a early day on Monday. Or they have a late day. They don't go until they have a short day on Monday. Hey Brandon, good to see you too. Oh, that's all right, man. Hopefully you're raking in the dough. The red has a distinct advantage, or the blue has a distinct advantage. The red's head keeps popping up. The gentlest stroke. Sit him there for now. Cool, cool. Congratulations, man. Oh, I hope it goes smoothly. You have to go to the hospital? I hope it all's well. Yeah, they work pretty good. Maybe I'll read a story soon, or the rest of the story. We're reading a short story by Stephen King called "You Know They Got a Hell of a Band," and it's about this married couple. The husband, they live in Oregon. They're on decide to go on a road trip, and he's always getting them lost, right? Taking the side road or whatever. And she fell asleep, and he took a side road that end up it's barely even a road anymore, and it's one lane, and they're I don't know, whatever. And eventually they come out, and they think they're gonna get stuck and to walk forever, and then they come out to this a paved road again, and the road's paved, and they come to Rock and Roll Heaven, Oregon. And she doesn't trust it though. She said it looks weird. It looks forget what she thinks it looks like, but creepy kind of, right? And everything's too perfect. And I'm guessing. I don't know. I really don't. My thought yesterday was they're dead, and this is heaven. But I don't know. Okay. They just don't know it yet. But I honestly don't know. So. Okay, so she doesn't want to go back to Rock and Roll Heaven, right? Because she thinks it's creepy, and she wants to go back the way they came. I think that's what. Okay, so he looked at her a moment longer, his mouth tucked in on itself like a cramp, then grabbed the transmission lever. "Fuck it," he snarled. "We'll go back. But if we meet one car on the way, Mary, just one, we'll end up backing into Rock and Roll Heaven, so..." She put her hand over his before he could disengage the transmission for the second time that day. "Go on," she said. "You're probably right. I'm probably being silly. Rolling over like this has got to be bred in the goddamn bone," she thought. "Either that, or I'm just too tired to fight." She took her hand away, but he paused a moment longer, looking at her. "Only if you're sure," he said. And that was really the most ludicrous thing of all, wasn't it? Winning wasn't enough for a man like Clark. The vote also had to be unanimous. She had voiced that unanimity many times when she didn't feel very unanimous in her heart. But she discovered that she wasn't capable of it this time. "But I'm not sure," she said. "If you'd been listening to me instead of just putting up with me, you'd know that. Probably right. And probably I'm just being silly. Your take on it makes much more sense than mine does. I admit that much, at least. And I'm willing to soldier along, but that doesn't change the way I feel. You'll just have to excuse me if I decline to put on my little cheerleader skirt and lead the Go Clark Go cheer this time." "Jesus," he said. His face was wearing an uncertain expression that made him look uncharacteristically and somehow hatefully boyish. "You're in some mood, aren't you, honey bunch?" "I guess I am," she said, hoping he couldn't see how much that particular term of endearment grated on her. She was 32 after all, and he was almost 41. She felt a little too old to be anyone's honey bunch, and thought Clark was a little too old to need one. Then the troubled look on his face cleared, and the Clark she liked, the one she really believed she could spend the second half of her life with, was back. "You'd look cute in a cheerleader skirt, though," he said, and appeared to measure the length of her thigh. "You would." "You're a fool, Clark," she said, and then found herself smiling at him almost in spite of herself. "That's correct, ma'am," he said, and put the princess in gear. The town had no outskirts, unless the few fields which surrounded it counted. At one moment they were driving down a gloomy, tree-shaded lane. At the next there were broad tan fields on either side of the car. At the next they were passing neat little houses. The town was quiet but far from deserted. A few cars moved lazily back and forth on the 4 or 5 interesting streets that made up downtown, and a handful of pedestrians strolled the sidewalks. Clark lifted a hand in salute to a bare-chested, pot-bellied man who was simultaneously watering his lawn and drinking a can of Olympia. The pot-bellied man, whose dirty hair straggled to his shoulders, watched them go by but did not raise his own hand in return. Main Street had that same Norman Rockwell ambiance, and here it was so strong that it was almost a feeling of deja vu. The walks were shaded by robust, mature oaks that was somehow just right. You didn't have to see the town's only watering hole to know that it would be called the Dewdrop Inn, and that there would be a lighted clock displaying the Budweiser Clydesdales over the bar. The parking spaces were the slanting type. There was a red and white blue barber pole turning outside the cutting edge. A mortar and pestle hung over the door of the local pharmacy, which was called the Tuneful Druggist. The pet shop, with a sign in the window saying, "We have Siamese, if you please," was called White Rabbit. Everything was so right you could just shit. Most of all was the town common at the center of town. There was a sign hung on a guy wire above the band shell. And Mary could read it easily, although they were 100 yards away. "Concert tonight," it said. She suddenly realized that she knew this town, had seen it many times on late-night TV. Never mind Ray Bradbury's hellish vision of Mars, or the candy house in Hansel and Gretel. What this place resembled more than either was the peculiar little town people kept stumbling into in various episodes of The Twilight Zone. She leaned toward her husband and said in a low, ominous voice, "We're traveling not through a dimension of sight and sound, Clark, but of mind. Look." She pointed at nothing in particular, but a woman standing outside the town's Western Auto saw the gesture and gave her a narrow, mistrustful glance. "Look at what?" he asked. He sounded irritated again, and she guessed this time it was because he knew exactly what she was talking about. "There's a signpost up ahead. We're entering." "Oh, cut it out, Mayor," he said, and abruptly swung into an empty parking slot halfway down Main Street. "Clark!" she nearly screamed. "What are you doing?" He pointed through the windshield at an establishment with the somehow not cute name of the Rock-a-Boogie Restaurant. "I'm thirsty. I'm going in there and getting a great big Pepsi to go. You don't have to come. You can sit here. Lock all the doors if you want." So saying, he opened his door. Before he could swing his leg out, she grabbed his shoulder. "Clark, please don't." He looked back at her, and she saw at once that she should have canned the crack about the Twilight Zone, not because it was wrong, but because it was right. It was that macho thing again. He wasn't stopping because he was thirsty. Not really. He was stopping because this freaky little burg had scared him, too. Maybe a little. Maybe a lot. She didn't know that, but she did know that he had no intention of going on until he had convinced himself he wasn't afraid. Not one little bit. "I won't be a minute. Do you want a ginger ale or something?" She pushed the button that unlocked her seatbelt. "What I want is not to be left alone." He gave her an indulgent, "I knew you'd come," that look that made her feel like tearing out a couple of swatches of his hair. "And I also want to kick your ass for getting us into this situation in the first place." she finished, and was pleased to see the indulgent expression turn to one of wounded surprise. She opened her own door. Come on, piddle on the nearest hydrant, Clark, and then we'll get out of here. Piddle? Mary, what in the hell are you talking about? Sodas! She nearly screamed, all the while thinking that it was really amazing how fast a good trip with a good man could turn bad. She glanced across the street and saw a couple of long-haired young guys standing there. They were also drinking Ollie and checking out the strangers in town. One was wearing a battered top hat. The plastic daisy stuck in the band nodded back and forth in the breeze. His companion's arms crawled with faded blue tattoos. To Mary, they looked like the sort of fellows who dropped out of high school their third time through, the 10th grade, in order to spend more time meditating on the joys of drivetrain linkages and date rape. Oddly enough, they also looked somehow familiar to her. They saw her looking. Top Hat solemnly raised his hand and twiddled his fingers at her. Mary looked away hurriedly and turned to Clark. Let's get our cold drinks and get the hell out of here. Sure, he said. And you didn't need to shout at me, Mary. I mean, I was right beside you. And, Clark, do you see those two guys across the street? What two guys? She looked back in time to see Top Hat and Tattoos slipping through the barbershop doorway. Tattoos glanced back over her shoulder, and although Mary wasn't sure, she thought he tipped her a wink. They're just going into the barbershop. See them? Clark looked, but only saw a door closing with the sun reflecting eye-watering shards of light from the glass. What about them? They looked familiar to me. Yeah, but I find it somehow hard to believe that any of the people I know moved to rock and roll heaven, Oregon, to take up rewarding, high-paying jobs as street corner hoodlums. Clark laughed and took her elbow. Come on, he said, and led her into the Rock-a-Boogie restaurant. The Rock-a-Boogie went a fair distance towards allaying Mary's fears. She had expected a greasy spoon, not much different from the dim and rather dirty pit stop in Oak Ridge, where they'd eaten lunch. They entered a sun-filled, agreeable little diner with funky 50s feel instead. Blue-tiled walls, chrome-chased pie case, tidy yellow oak floor, wooden paddle fans turning lazily overhead. The face of the wall clock was circled with thin tubes of red and blue neon. Two waitresses in aqua-colored rayon uniforms that looked to Mary like costumes left over from American graffiti were standing by the stainless steel pass-through between the restaurant and the kitchen. One was young, no more than 20, and probably not that, and pretty in a washed-out way. The other, a short woman with a lot of frizzy red hair, had a brassy look that struck Mary as both harsh and desperate. And there was something else about her as well. For the second time in as many minutes, Mary had the strong sensation that she knew someone in this town. A bell over the door tinkled as she and Clark entered. The waitresses glanced over. Hi there, the younger one said. Be right with you. Nah, might take a while, the redhead disagreed. We're awful busy, see? She swept an arm at the door, deserted, as only a small-town restaurant can be, as the afternoon balances perfectly between lunch and dinner, and laughed cheerily at her own witticism. Like her voice, the laugh had a husky, splintered quality that Mary associated with scotch and cigarettes. But it's a voice I know, she thought. I'd swear it is. She turned to Clark and saw he was staring at the waitress, who had resumed their conversation as if hypnotized. She had to tug his sleeve to get his attention, then tug it again when he headed for the tables, grouped on the left side of the room. She wanted them to sit at the counter. She wanted to get their damn sodas and take out cups and then blow this joint. What is it? She whispered. Nothing, he said. I guess. You looked like you swallowed your tongue or something. For a second or two I felt like I had, he said, and before she could ask him to explain, he had diverted to look at the jukebox. Mary sat down at the counter. Be right with you, ma'am, the younger waitress repeated, and then bent closer to hear something else her whiskey-voiced colleague was saying. Looking at her face, Mary guessed the younger woman wasn't really very interested in what the older one had to say. Mary, this is a great juke, Clark said, sounding delighted. It's all 50 stuff. The moon glows, the 5 satins, Shep and the limelights. Laverne Baker. Geez, Laverne Baker singing Tweedledee. I haven't heard that one since I was a kid. I'll save your money. We're just getting takeout drinks, remember? Yeah. He gave the rock Ola one last look, blew out an irritated breath, and then joined her at the counter. Mary pulled a menu out of the bracket by the salt and pepper shakers, mostly so she wouldn't have to look at the frown line between his eyes and the way his lower lip stuck out. Look, he was saying, without saying a word. This, she had discovered, was one of the more questionable long-term effects of being married. I won our way through the wilderness while you slept. Killed the buffalo, fought the Injuns, brought you safe and sound to this nifty little oasis in the wilderness. And what thanks do I get? You won't even let me play Tweedledee on the jukebox. Never mind, she thought. We'll be gone soon, so never mind. Good advice. She followed it by turning her full attention to the menu. It harmonized with the rayon uniforms, the neon clock, the juke, and the general decor, which, while admirably subdued, could still only be described as mid-century rebop. The hot dog wasn't a hot dog, it was a hound dog. The cheeseburger was a chubby checker, and the double cheeseburger was a big bopper. The specialty of the house was a loaded pizza. The menu promised everything on it but the Sam cook. I don't know what that means. Cook is with an E. Everything on it but the cook. I don't know who Sam Cook is. Cute, she said. Papa, ooh, mau, mau, and all that. What? Clark asked, and she shook her head. The young waitress came over, taking her order pad out of her apron pocket. She gave them a smile, but Mary thought it was perfunctory. The woman looked both tired and unwell. There was a cold sore perched above her upper lip, and her slightly bloodshot eyes moved restlessly about the room. They touched on everything, it seemed, but her customers. Help you folks? Clark moved to take the menu from Mary's hand. She held it away from him and said, a large Pepsi and a large ginger ale to go, please. You ought to try the cherry pie, the redhead called over in her hoarse voice. The younger woman flinched at the sound of it. Rick just made it. You're going to think you died and went to heaven, she grinned at them and placed her hands on her hips. Well, you all are in heaven. But you know what I mean. Thank you, Mary said, but we're really in a hurry, and... Sure, why not, Clark said in a musing, distant voice. 2 pieces of cherry pie. Mary kicked his ankle hard, but Clark didn't seem to notice. He was staring at the redhead again, and now his mouth was hung like on a spring. The redhead was clearly aware of his gaze, but she didn't seem to mind. She reached up with one hand and lazily fluffed her improbable hair. 2 sodas to go, 2 pieces of pie for here, the young waitress said. She gave them another nervous smile while her restless eyes examined Mary's wedding ring. The sugar shaker, one of the overhead fans. You want that pie a la mode? She bent and put 2 napkins and 2 forks on the counter. Clark began. Mary overrode him firmly and quickly. No. The chrome pie case was behind the far end of the counter. As soon as the waitress walked away in that direction, Mary leaned over and hissed, Why are you doing this to me, Clark? You know I want to get out of here. That waitress, the redhead, is she... And stop staring at her, Mary whispered fiercely. You look like a kid trying to peek up some girl's skirt in study hall. He pulled his eyes away, but with an effort. Is she the spit image of Janis Joplin, or am I crazy? Startled, Mary cast another glance at the redhead. She had turned away slightly to speak to the short-order cook through the pass-through, but Mary could still see at least 2/3 of her face, and that was enough. She felt an almost audible click in her head as she superimposed the face of the redhead over the face on the record albums she still owned, vinyl albums pressed in a year when nobody owned Sony Walkman, and the concept of the compact disc would have seemed like science fiction. Record albums now packed away in cardboard boxes from the neighborhood liquor mart and stowed in some dusty attic alcove. Record albums with names like Big Brother and The Holding Company, Cheap Thrills and Pearl, and the face of Janis Joplin, that sweet, homely face which had grown old and harsh and wounded far too soon. Clark was right. This woman's face was the spitting image of the face on those albums, except it was more than the face. and Mary felt fear swarm into her chest, making her heart feel suddenly light and stuttery and dangerous. It was the voice. In the ear of her memory, she had heard Janice's chilling, spiraling howl at the beginning of Peace in My Heart. She laid that bluesy, boozy shout over the redhead's Scotch and Marlborough voice, just as she had laid one face over the other, and knew that if the waitress began to sing that song, her voice would be identical to the voice of the dead girl from Texas. Because she is the dead girl from Texas. Congratulations, Mary. You had to wait until you were 32, but you finally made the grade. You finally seen your first ghost. She tried to dispute the idea, tried to suggest to herself that a combination of factors, not the least of them being the stress of getting lost, had caused her to make too much of a chance resemblance. But these rational thoughts had no chance against the dead certainty in her guts. She was seeing a ghost. Life within her body underwent a strange and sudden sea change. Her heart sped up from a beat to a sprint. It felt like a pumped-up runner bursting out of the blocks in an Olympic heat. Adrenaline dumped, simultaneously tightening her stomach and heating her diaphragm like a swallow of brandy. She could feel sweat in her armpits and moisture at her temples. Most amazing of all was the way color seemed to pour into the world, making everything, the neon around the clock face, the stainless steel pass-through to the kitchen, the sprays of revolving color behind the Juke's facade, seemed simultaneously unreal and too real. She could hear the fans paddling the air overhead, a low rhythmic sound like a hand stroking silk, and the smell of aroma, smell the aroma of old fried meat rising from the unseen grill in the next room. And at the same time, she suddenly felt herself on the edge of losing her balance on the stool and swooning to the floor in a dead faint. Get a hold of yourself, woman, she told herself frantically. You're having a panic attack, that's all. No ghosts, no goblins, no demons. Just an old-fashioned, whole-body panic attack. You've had them before. At the start of big exams in college, the first day of teaching at school, and that time before you had to speak to the PTA. You know what it is, and you can deal with it. No one's going to do any fainting around here, so just get a hold of yourself. Do you hear me? She crossed her toes inside her low-top sneakers and squeezed them as hard as she could, concentrating on the sensation, using it in an effort to draw herself back to the reality and away from that too bright place she knew was the threshold of a faint. Honey? Clark's voice from far away. You all right? Yes, fine. Her voice was also coming from far away, but she knew it was closer than it would have been if she'd tried to speak even 15 seconds ago. Still pressing her crossed toes tightly together, she picked up the napkin the waitress had left, wanting to feel its texture. It was another connection to the world and another way to break the panicky, irrational. It was irrational, wasn't it? Surely it was. Feeling which had gripped her so strongly. She raised it toward her face, meaning to wipe her brow with it, and saw something was written on the underside in ghostly pencil strokes that had torn the fragile paper into little puffs. Mary read this message printed in jagged capital letters. Get out while you still can. Mare, what is it? The waitress, with the cold sore and the restless, scared eyes, was coming back with her pie. Mary dropped the napkin into her lap. Nothing, she said calmly, as the waitress set the plates in front of them. Mary forced herself to catch the girl's eyes with her own. Thank you, she said. Don't mention it, the girl mumbled, looking directly at Mary for only a moment before her eyes began to skate aimlessly around the room again. Changed your mind about the pie, I see, her husband was saying, in his most infuriatingly indulgent, Clark knows best voice. Women, this tone said. Gosh, aren't they something? Sometimes just leading them to the water hole isn't enough. You gotta hold their heads down to get them started. All part of the job. It isn't easy being a man, but I do my gall darn best. Well, it looks awfully good, she said, marveling at even the tone of her voice. She smiled at him brightly, aware that the redhead who looked like Janis Joplin was keeping an eye on them. You can't get over how much she looks like, Clark began, and this time Mary kicked his ankle as hard as she could. No fooling around. He drew in a hurt, hissing breath, eyes popping wide. But before he could say anything, she shoved the napkin with its penciled message into his hand. He bent his head, looked at it, and Mary found herself praying, really praying for the first time in perhaps 20 years. Please, God, make him see it's not a joke. Make him see it's not a joke, because that woman doesn't look like Janis Joplin. That woman is Janis Joplin. And I've got a horrible feeling about this town. A really horrible feeling. He raised his head and her heart sank. There was confusion on his face and exasperation, but nothing else. He opened his mouth to speak, and it went right on opening until it looked as if someone had removed the pins from the place where his jaws connected. Mary turned in the direction of his gaze. The short-order cook, dressed in immaculate whites and wearing a little paper cap cocked over one eye, had come out of the kitchen and was leaning against the tiled wall with his arms folded across his chest. He was walking to the redhead while the younger waitress stood by, watching them with a combination of terror and weariness. If she doesn't get out of here soon, it'll just be weariness, Mary thought, or maybe apathy. The cook was almost impossibly handsome, so handsome that Mary found herself unable to accurately assess his age. Between 35 and 45, probably, but that was the best she could do. Like the redhead, he looked familiar. He glanced up at them, disclosing a pair of wide-set blue eyes, fringed with gorgeous thick lashes, and smiled briefly at them before returning his attention to the redhead. He had something that made her caw raucous laughter. "My God, that's Rick Nelson," Clark whispered. "It can't be. It's impossible. He died in a plane crash 6 or 7 years ago, but it is." Mary opened her mouth to say he must be mistaken, ready to brand such an idea ludicrous, even though she herself now found it impossible to believe that the redheaded waitress was anyone but the years-dead blues shouter Janis Joplin. Before she could say anything, that click, the one which turned vague resemblance into positive identification, came again. Clark had been able to put the name to the face first, because Clark was 9 years older. Clark had been listening to the radio and watching American Bandstand back when Rick Nelson had been Ricky Nelson, and songs like Bebop Baby and Lonesome Town were happening hits, not just dusty artifacts, restricted to golden oldie stations, which catered to the now graying baby boomers. Clark saw it first, but now that he pointed it out to her, she could not unsee it. What had the red-headed waitress say? "Y'all ought to try the cherry pie? Rick just made it?" They're not 20 feet away. The fatal plane crash victim was telling a joke, probably a dirty one from the looks on their faces, to the fatal drug OD. The redhead threw her head back and bellowed her rusty laugh at the ceiling. The cook smiled, the dimples at the corners of his full lips deepening prettily, and the younger waitress, the one with the cold sore and the haunted eyes, glanced over at Clark and Mary as if to ask, "Are you watching this? Are you seeing this?" Clark was still staring at the cook and the waitress with that alarming expression of dazed knowledge, his face so long and drawn that it looked like something glimpsed in a funhouse mirror. They'll see that if they haven't already, Mary thought, and we'll lose any chance we still have of getting out of this nightmare. I think you better take charge of this situation, kiddo, and quick. The question is, what are you going to do? She reached for his hand, meaning to grab it and squeeze it, then decided that wouldn't do enough to alter his slack-jawed expression. She reached further and squeezed his balls instead, as hard as she dared. Clark jerked as if someone had zapped him with a laser and swung toward her so fast he almost fell off his stool. "I left my wallet in the car," she said. Her voice sounded brittle and too loud in her own ears. "Would you get it for me, Clark?" She looked at him, lips smiling, eyes locked on his with complete concentration. She had read, probably in some shit-intensive woman's magazine, while waiting to get her hair done, that when you lived with the same man for 10 or 20 years, you forged a low-grade telepathic link with your partner. This link, the article went on to suggest, came in mighty handy when your hubby was bringing the boss home to dinner without phoning ahead, or when you wanted him to bring a bottle of amaretto from the liquor store. And a carton of whipping cream from the supermarket. Now she tried with all her might to send a far more important message. I'm going to just take a little break here for a second. may heat up some soup. I hate these candles. You can barely see the flame. French onion soup. I heat it up in the microwave, but I like to toast the cheese a little bit. Love you too, Matthew. Thank you. She tried with all her might to send a far more important message. Go, Clark. Please go. I'll give you 10 seconds. Then come on the run. And if you're not in the driver's seat with the key in the ignition, I have a feeling we could be seriously fucked here. And at the same time, a deeper Mary was saying timidly, this is all a dream, isn't it? I mean, it is, isn't it? Clark was looking at her carefully, his eyes watering from the tweak she had given him. But at least he wasn't complaining about it. His eyes shifted to the redhead and the short-order cook for a moment. Saw they were still deep in their own conversation. Now she appeared to be the one who was telling a joke, and then shifted back to her. It might have slid under the seat, she said in her too loud, too brittle voice before he could reply. It's the red one? After another moment of silence, one that seemed to last forever, Clark nodded slightly. Okay, he said, and she could have blessed him for his nicely normal tone. But no fair stealing my pie while I'm gone. Just get back here before I finish mine, and you'll be okay, she said, and tucked a forkful of cherry pie into her mouth. It had absolutely no taste to her, but she smiled. God, yes. Smiled like the Miss New York apple queen she had once been. Clark started to get off his stool, and then, from somewhere outside, came a series of amplified guitar chops. Not chords, but only strums. Clark jerked, and Mary shot one hand to clutch his arm. Her heart, which had been slowing down, broke into that nasty, scary sprint again. The redhead and the cook, even the younger waitress, who thankfully didn't look like anyone famous, glanced casually toward the plate glass windows of the Rock Boogie. Kennedy. Oh, thanks for being here, Ken. Always good to see you, man. You miss what happens in the story. Let's see. Clark started to get off his stool. Oh, there it is. Don't let it get to you, hon, the redhead said. They're just starting to tune up for the concert tonight. That's right, the short order cook said. He regarded Mary with his drop-dead blue eyes. We have a concert here in town almost every night. Yes, Mary thought, of course you do. A voice, both toneless and godlike, rolled across from the town common, a voice almost loud enough to rattle the windows. Mary, who had been to her share of rock shows, was able to place it in a clear context at once. It called up images of bored, long-haired roadies strolling around the stage before the lights went on, picking their way with easy grace between the forests of amps and mics, kneeling every now and then to patch two power cords together. Test! His voice cried. Test! One! Test one! Test one! And another guitar chop, still not a chord, but close this time. Then a drum run. Then a fast trumpet riff lifted from the chorus of Instant Karma, accompanied by a light rumble of bongos. Concert tonight. The Norman Rockwell sign over the Norman Rockwell town common had said, and Mary, who had grown up in Elmira, New York, had been to quite a few free concerts on the green as a child. Those really had been Norman Rockwell concerts, with the band made up of guys wearing their volunteer fire department kit in lieu of the band uniforms they couldn't afford, tootling their way through slightly off-key Sousa marches and the local barbershop quartet +2, harmonizing on things like Shenandoah and I've Got a Gal from Kalamazoo. She had an idea that the concerts in rock and roll heaven might be quite different from those childhood musicales where she and her friends had run around waving sparklers as twilight drew on for night. I'm just heating up some French onion soup. She had an idea that these concerts on the green might be closer to Goya than Rockwell. I don't know what Goya is. I'll go get your wallet, he said. Enjoy your pie. Thank you, Clark. She put another tasteless forkful of pie at her mouth and watched him head for the door. He walked in an exaggerated, slow-motion saunter that struck her feverish eye as absurd and somehow horrid. I don't have the slightest idea that I'm sharing this room with a couple of famous corpses. Clark's ambling, sauntering stride was saying. What, me worry? Hurry up, she wanted to scream. Forget about the gunslinger strut and move your ass. The bell jingled, and the door opened as Clark reached for the knob, and two more dead Texans came in. The one wearing the dark glasses was Roy Orbison. The one wearing the horn rims was Buddy Holly. All my exes come from Texas, Mary thought wildly, and waited for them to lay their hands on her husband and drag him away. Excuse me, sir, the man in the dark glasses said politely. Instead of grabbing Clark, he stepped aside for him. Clark nodded without speaking. Mary was suddenly quite sure he couldn't speak, and stepped out into the sunshine, leaving her alone in here with the dead. And that thought seemed to lead naturally to another one, even more horrible. Clark was going to drive off without her. She was suddenly sure of it, not because he wanted to, and certainly not because he was a coward. This situation went beyond questions of courage and cowardice, and she supposed that the only reason they weren't both gibbering and drooling on the floor was because it had developed so fast, but because he just wouldn't be able to do anything else. The reptile that lived on the floor of his brain, the one in charge of self-preservation, would simply slither out of its hole in the mud and take charge of things. You've got to get out of here, Mary, the voice in her mind, the one that belonged to her own reptile, said, and the tone of that voice frightened her. It was more reasonable than it had any right to be, given the situation, and she had an idea that sweet reason might give way to shrieks of madness at any moment. Mary took one foot off the rail under the counter and put it on the floor, trying to steady herself mentally for flight as she did so. But before she could gather herself, a narrow hand fell on her shoulder, and she looked up into the smiling, knowing face of Buddy Holly. He had died in 1959. A piece of trivia she remembered from the movie where he had been played by Gary Busey. "1959 was over 30 years ago. Was over 30 years gone, but Buddy Holly was still a gawky 23-year-old who looked 17, his eyes swimming behind his glasses and his Adam's apple bobbing up and down like a monkey on a stick. He was wearing an ugly plaid jacket and a string tie. The tie's clasp was a large chrome steerhead. The face and the taste of a country bumpkin, you would have said, but there was something in the set of the mouth that was too wise, somehow, too dark, and for a moment the hand gripped her shoulder so tightly she could feel the tough pads of callus at the ends of his fingers. Guitar calluses. "Hey there, sweet thing," he said, and she could smell clove gum on his breath. There was a silvery crack, hair thin, zigzagging from the left lens of his glasses. Ain't seen you around these parts before." Incredibly, she was lifting another forkful of pie toward her mouth, her hand not hesitating even when a clod of cherry filling plopped back onto her plate. More incredibly, she was slipping the fork through a small, polite smile. "No," she said. She was somehow positive that she couldn't let this man see she had recognized him. If he did, any small chance she and Clark might still have would evaporate. "My husband and I are just, passing through." And was Clark passing through even now, desperately keeping to the posted speed limit, while the sweat trickled down his face and his eyes rolled back and forth from the mirror to the windshield, and back to the mirror again? Was he? The man in the plaid sport coat grinned, revealing teeth that were too big and much too sharp. "Yep, I know how that is, all right. Y'all seen Hoot? Now you're on your way to Holler. That about the size of it? I thought this was Hoot," Mary said primly, and then it made the newcomers first look at each other, eyebrows raised, and then shout with laughter. The young waitress looked from one to the other with her frightened, bloodshot eyes. "That ain't half bad," Buddy Holly said. "You and your man ought to think about hanging out a little while, though. Stay for the concert tonight, at least. We put on one heck of a show, if I do say so myself." Mary suddenly realized that the eye behind the cracked lens had filled up with blood. As Holly's grin widened, pushing the corners of his eyes into a squint, a single scarlet drop spilled over his lower eyelid and tracked down his cheek like a tear. "Isn't that right, Roy?" "Yes, ma'am, it is," the man in the shade said. "You have to see it to believe it." "I'm sure that's true," Mary said faintly. Yes, Clark was gone. She was now sure of it. The testosterone kid had run like a rabbit, and she supposed that soon enough the frightened young girl with the cold sore would lead her into the back room where her own rayon uniform and order pad would be waiting. "It's something to write home about," Holly told her proudly. "I mean to say," the drop of blood fell from his face and pinked onto the seat of the stool Clark had so recently vacated. "Stick around. You'll be glad you did." He looked to his friend for support. The man in the dark glasses had joined the cook and the waitresses. He dropped his hand onto the hip of the redhead, who put her own hand over it and smiled up at him. Mary saw that the nails on the woman's short, stubby fingers had been gnawed to the quick. A Maltese cross hung in the open V of Roy Orbison's shirt. He nodded and flashed a smile of his own. "Love to have you, ma'am, and not just for the night either. Draw up and set a spell. We used to say down home. I'll ask my husband," she heard herself saying, and completed the thought in her mind. "If I ever see him again, that is." "You do that, sugar pie," Ollie told her. "You just do that very thing." Then, incredibly, he was giving her shoulder one final squeeze and walking away, leaving her a clear path to the door. Even more incredibly, she could see the Mercedes' distinctive grille and peace sign hood ornament still outside. Buddy joined his friend Roy, winked at him, producing another bloody tear, then reached behind Janice and goosed her. She screamed indignantly, and as she did, a flood of maggots flew from her mouth. Most struck the floor between her feet, but some clung to her lower lip, squirming obscenely. The young waitress turned away with a sad, sick grimace, raising one blocking hand to her face. And for Mary Willingham, who had suddenly understood they had very likely been playing with her all along, running ceased to be something she had planned and became an instinctive reaction. She was up and off the stool like a shot and sprinting for the door. "Hey!" the redhead screamed. "Hey, you didn't pay for the pie, or the sodas either. This ain't no dine and dash, you crotch. Rick, Buddy, get her." Mary grabbed for the doorknob and let it slip through her fingers. Behind her, she heard the thump of approaching feet. She grabbed the knob again, succeeded in turning it this time. They yanked the door open so hard she tore off the overhead bell. A narrow hand with hard calluses on the tips of their fingers grabbed her just above the elbow. This time the fingers were not squeezing, but pinching. She felt a nerve suddenly go critical, first sending a thin wire of pain from her elbow all the way up to the left side of her jaw, then numbing her arm. She swung her right fist back like a short-handled croquet mallet, connecting with what felt like the thin shield of pelvic bone above the man's groin. There was a pain snort. They could feel pain, apparently dead or not, and the hand holding her arm loosened. Mary tore free and bolted through the doorway, her hair standing out behind her head in a bushy corona of fright. Her frantic eyes locked on the Mercedes still parked in the street. She blessed Clark for saying, and he had caught all of her brainwave, it seemed. He was sitting behind the wheel instead of groveling under the passenger seat for her wallet, and he keyed the Princess engine the moment she came flying out of the rockabougie. The man in the flower-decorated top hat and his tattooed companion were standing outside the barber shop again, watching expressionlessly as Mary yanked open the passenger door. She thought she now recognized Top Hat. She had three Leonard Skinner albums, and she was pretty sure he was Ronnie Van Zant. No sooner had she realized that than she knew who his illustrated companion was, Dwayne Allman, killed when his motorcycle skidded beneath a tractor trailer rig 20 years ago. He took something from the pocket of his denim jacket and bit into it. Mary saw with no surprise at all that it was a peach. Rick Nelson burst out of the rockabougie. Buddy Holly was right behind him, his entire left side of his face now drenched in blood. Get in, Clark screamed to her. Get in the fucking car, Mary. She threw herself into the passenger bucket head first. He was backing out before she could even make a try at slamming the door. The princess's rear tires howled and sent up clouds of blue smoke. Mary was thrown forward with neck-snapping force when Clark stamped on the brake, and her head connected with the padded dashboard. She groped behind her for the open door as Clark cursed and yanked the transmission down into drive. Rick Nelson threw himself onto the princess's gray hood. His eyes blazed. His lips were parted over impossibly white teeth in a hideous grin. His cook's hat had fallen off, and his dark brown hair hung around his temples in oily snags and corkscrews. "You're coming to the show," he yelled. "Fuck you," Clark yelled back. He found drive and floored the accelerator. The princess's normally sedate diesel engine gave a low scream and shot forward. The apparition continued to cling to the hood, snarling and grinning at them. "Buckle your seatbelt," Clark bellowed at Mary as she sat up. She snatched the buckle and jammed it home, watching with horrified fascination as the thing on the hood reached forward with its left hand and grabbed the windshield wiper in front of her. It began to haul itself forward. The wiper snapped off. The thing on the hood glanced at it, tossed it overboard, and reached for the wiper on Clark's side. Before he could get it, Clark tramped on the brake again, this time with both feet. Mary's seatbelt locked, biting painfully into the underside of her left breast. For a moment there was a terrible feeling of pressure inside of her, as if guts were being shoved up into the funnel of her throat by a ruthless hand. The thing on the hood was thrown clear off of the car and landed in the street. Mary heard a brittle crunching sound, and blood spattered the pavement in a starburst pattern around its head. She glanced back and saw the others running toward the car. Janice was leading them, her face twisted into a hag-like grimace of hate and excitement. In front of them, the short-order cook sat up with the boneless ease of a puppet. The big grin was still on his face. "Clark, they're coming!" Mary screamed. He glanced briefly into the rear view, then floored the accelerator again. The princess leaped ahead. Mary had time to see the man sitting in the street raise one arm to shield his face, and wished that was all she had time to see. But there was something else as well, something worse. Beneath the shadow of his raised arm, she saw he was still grinning. Then 2 tons of German engineering hit him and bore him under. There was crackling sounds that reminded her of a couple of kids rolling in a pile of autumn leaves. She snapped her hands over her ears. Too late, and screamed. "Don't bother," Clark said. He was looking grimly into the rearview mirror. "We couldn't have hurt him too badly. He's getting up again." "What?" "Except for the tire tracks across his shirt, He broke off abruptly, looking at her. "Who hit you, Mary?" "What?" "Your mouth is bleeding. Who hit you?" She put her finger to the corner of her mouth, looked at the red smear on it, and then tasted it. "It's not blood. Pie," she said. Uttered a desperate cracked laugh. "Get us out of here, Clark. Please get us out." "You bet," he said, and turned his attention back to Main Street, which was wide and for the time being at least, empty. Mary noticed that guitars and amps on the town common or not. There were no power lines on Main Street either. She had no idea where Rock and Roll Heaven was getting its power. Well, maybe some idea, but it certainly wasn't Central Oregon Power and Light. The princess was gaining speed, as all diesels seemed to, not fast, but with a kind of relentless strength, and chumming a dark brown cloud of exhaust behind her. Mary caught a blurred glimpse of a department store, a bookstore, a maternity shop called Rock and Roll Lullaby. She saw a young man with shoulder-length brown curls standing outside the Rock'em Sock'em Billiards Emporium, his arms folded across his chest and one snakeskin boot propped up against the whitewashed brick. His face was handsome in a heavy, pouting way, and Mary recognized him at once. So did Clark. "That was the Lizard King himself," he said, in a dry, emotionless voice. "I know, I saw." Yes, she saw, but the images were like dry paper bursting into flames under a relentless, focused light, which seemed to fill her mind. It was as if the intensity of her horror had turned into a human magnifying glass, and she understood that if they got out of here, no memories of this peculiar little town would remain. The memories would be just ashes blowing in the wind. That was the way things worked, of course. A person could not retain such hellish images, such hellish experiences, and remain rational. So the mind turned into a blast furnace, crisping each one as soon as it was created. That must be why most people can still afford the luxury of disbelieving in ghosts and haunted houses, she thought, because when the mind is turned toward the terrifying and the irrational, like someone who is turned and made to look upon the face of Medusa, it forgets. It has to forget. And God, except for getting out of this hell, forgetting is the only thing in the world I want. She saw a little cluster of people standing on the tarmac of the city service station at an intersection near the far end of town. They wore frightened, ordinary faces above faded, ordinary clothes. A man in an oil-stained mechanic's coverall, a woman in a nurse's uniform, white once, maybe now a dingy gray, an older couple, she in orthopedic shoes, and he with a hearing aid in one ear, clinging to each other like children who fear they are lost in the deep, dark woods. Mary understood without needing to be told that these people, along with a younger waitress, were the real residents of Rock and Roll Heaven, Oregon. They had been caught the way a pitcher plant catches bugs. "Please get us out of here, Clark," she said. "Please." Something tried to come up her throat, and she clapped her hands over her mouth. She was sure she was going to upchuck. Instead of vomiting, she uttered a loud belch that burned her throat like fire and tasted of the pie she had eaten in Rockaboogie. "We'll be okay. Take it easy, Mary." The road, she could no longer think of it as Main Street, now that she could see the end of town just ahead, ran past the Rock and Roll Heaven Municipal Fire Department on the left and the school on the right. Even in her heightened state of terror, there seemed something existential about a citadel of learning called the Rock and Roll Grammar School. 3 children stood in the playground adjacent to the school, watching with apathetic eyes as the princess tore past. Up ahead, the road curved around an outcrop with a guitar-shaped sign planted on it. "You are now leaving Rock and Roll Heaven. Good night, sweetheart. Good night." Klung swung the princess into the curve without slowing. I'm going to eat my soup, and then we'll finish the story. Hey, Christina. Welcome back. That's pretty good. I should let it cool like that. It was much better. I think I usually try to eat it when it's too hot. Almost ready. I'm almost ready. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright, where were we? Oh, I don't have the alarm set. Clark swung the princess into a curve without slowing, and on the far side there was a bus blocking the road. It was no ordinary yellow school bus like the one they had seen in the distance as they entered town. This one raved and rioted with 100 colors and 1,000 psychedelic swoops, an oversized souvenir of the summer of love. The windows flocked with butterfly decals and peace signs, and even as Clark screamed and brought his feet down on the brake, she read, with a fantastic lack of surprise, the words floating up the painted side like overfilled dirigibles, "The Magic Bus." Clark gave it his best, but wasn't quite able to stop. The princess slid into the magic bus at 10-15 miles an hour, her wheels locked and tires smoking fiercely. There was a howl bang as the Mercedes hit the tie-dyed bus amidships. Mary was thrown forward against her safety harness again. The bus rocked on its little springs a little, but that was all. "Back up and go around," she screamed at Clark, but she was nearly overwhelmed by a suffocating intuition that it was all over. The princess's engine sounded choppy, and Mary could see steam escaping from around the front end of her crumpled hood. It looked like the breath of a wounded dragon. When Clark dropped the transmission lever down into the reverse, the car backfired twice, then shuddered like an old wet dog and stalled. Behind them they could hear an approaching siren. She wondered who the town constable would turn out to be. Not John Lennon, whose life motto had been "Question Authority," and not the Lizard King, who was clearly one of the town's pool-shooting bad boys. Who? Did it really matter? Maybe, she thought, it'll turn out to be Jimi Hendrix. That sounded crazy, but she knew her rock and roll, probably better than Clark, and she remembered reading somewhere that Hendrix had been a jump jockey in the 101st Airborne. And didn't they say ex-service people often made the best law enforcement officials? "You're going crazy," she told herself, then nodded. Sure she was. In a way, it was a relief. "What now?" she asked Clark dully. He opened his door, having to put his shoulder into it because it had crimped a little in the frame. "We run," he said. "What's the point? You saw them. Do you want to be them?" That rekindled some of her fear. She released the clasp of her seatbelt and opened her door. Clark came around the princess and took her hand. As they turned back toward the magic bus, his grip tightened painfully as he saw who was stepping off. A tall man in an open-throated white shirt and dark dungarees and wraparound sunglasses. His blue-black hair was combed back from his temples in a lush and impeccable duck's-ass do. There was no mistaking those impossible, almost hallucinatory good looks. Not even sunglasses could hide them. The full lips parted in a small, sly smile. A blue and white police cruiser with Rock and Roll Heaven PD written on the doors came around the curve and screeched to a stop. inches from the princess's back bumper. The man behind the wheel was black, but he wasn't Jimi Hendrix after all. Mary couldn't be sure, but she thought the local law was Otis Redding. The man in the shades and the black jeans was now standing directly in front of them, his thumbs hooped into his belt loops, his pale hands dangling like dead spiders. "How y'all today?" There's no mistaking that slow, sardonic Memphis drawl either. "Want to welcome you both to town. Hope you can stay with us for a while. Town ain't much to look at, but we're neighborly and we take care of our own." He stuck out a hand on which 3 absurdly large rings glittered. "I'm the mayor around these parts. Name's Elvis Presley." Dusk of a summer night, as they walked onto the town common, Mary was again reminded of the concert she had attended in Elmira as a child, and she felt a pang of nostalgia and sorrow penetrate the cocoon of shock which her mind and emotions had wrapped around her. So familiar, but so different, too. There were no children waving sparklers. The only kids present were a dozen or so huddled as far from the bandshell as they could get, their pale faces strained and watchful. The kids she and Clark had seen in the grammar school play yard when they made their abortive run for the hills were among them. And it was no quaint brass band that was going to play in 15 minutes or half an hour either. Spread across the bandshell, which looked almost as big as the Hollywood Bowl to Mary's eyes, were the implements and accessories of what had to be the world's biggest and loudest, judging from the amps, rock and roll band, an apocalyptic bebop combination that would, at full throttle, probably be loud enough to shatter window glass 5 miles away. She counted a dozen guitars on stands and stopped counting. There were 4 full drum sets, bongos, congas, a rhythm section, circular stage pop-ups where the backup singers would stand, a steel grove of mics. The common itself was filled with folding chairs. Mary estimated somewhere between 700 and 1,000, but she thought there were no more than 50 spectators actually present, and probably less. She saw the mechanic, now dressed in clean jeans and perma-pressed shirt. The pale, once pretty woman sitting next to him was probably his wife. The nurse was sitting all by herself in the middle of a long empty row. Her face was turned upward, and she was watching the first few glimmering stars come out. Mary looked away from this one. She felt if she looked at that sad, longing face too deeply, her heart would break. Of the town's more famous residents, there was currently no sign. Of course not. Their day jobs were behind them now, and they would all be backstage, duding up and checking their cues, getting ready for tonight's really big shoe. Clark paused about a quarter of the way down the grassy central aisle. A puff of evening breeze tousled his hair, and Mary thought it looked as dry as straw. There were lines carved into Clark's forehead and around his mouth that she never had seen before. He looked as if he had lost 30 pounds since lunch in Oak Ridge. The testosterone kid was nowhere in evidence. Mary had an idea he might be gone for good. She found she didn't care much, one way or the other. By the way, Sugar Pie, Honey Punch, how do you think you look? Where do you want to sit? Clark asked. His voice was thin and uninterested, the voice of a man who still believes he might be dreaming. Mary spotted the waitress with the cold sore. She was on the aisle about 4 rows down, now dressed in a light gray blouse and a cotton skirt. She had thrown a sweater over her shoulders. There, Mary said, beside her. Clark led her in that direction without question or objection. The waitress looked around at Mary and Clark, and Mary saw that her eyes had at least settled down tonight, which was something of a relief. A moment later she realized why. The girl was cataclysmically stoned. Mary looked down, not wanting to meet the dusty stare any longer, and when she did, she saw that the waitress's left hand was wrapped in a bulky white bandage. Mary realized that with horror that at least one finger, and perhaps 2, were gone from the girl's hand. "Hi," the girl said. "I'm Sissy Thomas." "Hello, Sissy. I'm Mary Willingham. This is my husband, Clark." "Pleased to meet you," the waitress said. "Your hand." Mary trailed off, not sure how to go on. "Frankie did it." Sissy spoke with the deep indifference of someone who's riding the pink horse down Dream Street. "Frankie Lemon." Everyone says he was the sweetest guy you'd ever want to meet when he was alive, and he only turned mean when he came here. He was one of the first ones, the pioneers, I guess you'd say. I don't know about that. If he was sweet before, I mean. I only know he's meaner than cat dirt now. I don't care. I only wish you'd gotten away. I'd do it again. Besides, Crystal takes care of me. Sissy nodded toward the nurse, who had stopped looking at the stars and was now looking at them. Crystal takes real good care. She'll fix you up if you want. You don't need to lose no fingers to want to get stoned in this town. My wife and I don't use drugs, Clark said, sounding pompous. Sissy regarded him without speaking for a few moments. Then she said, "You will." When does the show start? Mary could feel the cocoon of shock starting to dissolve, and she didn't much care for the feeling. Soon. How long do they go on? Sissy didn't answer for nearly a minute. Mary was getting ready to restate the question, thinking the girl either hadn't heard or hadn't understood, when she said, "A long time. I mean, the show will be over by midnight. They always are. It's a town ordinance. But still, they go on a long time. Because time is different here. It might be, I don't know. I think when the guys really start cooking, they sometimes go on for a year or more." Hey, Sapphire. I'm ready, Kyle. I'm ready. Hey, Christina. A minute can seem so long when he's staring at a clock. Happy 420. Not that the truth, Sapphire. Nice timing. We're synced. We're synced, Kyle. Woo. Happy 420. Happy 420, everybody. All right, let's finish up this story. Oh. Go ahead, Manskiller. I think you just did, but you can ask me another one. You can ask me 2 questions. In 2020, it's going to be 420 for a whole month. Right. 420 Inception. Too harsh. Well, I think kindness is a powerful thing, but you know, I don't tell other people how to behave. I don't really know. Is it like police code? I don't know if that's just urban legend or not. You're fine just the way you are, Manskiller. All right. I think when the guys really get cooking, they go. Sometimes they go on for a year or more. That sounds like hell. Rock and roll hell, maybe this should be called. A cold gray frost began creeping up Mary's arms and back. She tried to imagine having to sit through a year-long rock show and couldn't do it. This is a dream and you'll wake up, she told herself. But that thought, persuasive enough as they stood listening to Elvis Presley in the sunlight by the magic bus, was now losing a lot of its force and believability. Driving out this road here wouldn't do you no good no how, Elvis had told him. It don't go no place but Umpqua Swamp. No roads in there, just a lot of poke salad and quicksand. I just read in the news that some guy had to be rescued, got caught in quicksand. His girlfriend, like 4-hour hike from cell service, and then the rescuers that came in, they'd camp overnight with him, and he was up to his waist in running water, and they got 4 inches of snow on top of him. Apparently quicksand is like people have to get rescued from it periodically, I guess. Anyway, He had paused then, the lenses of his shades glittering like dark furnaces in the late afternoon sun. And other things. Bears. The policeman, who might be Otis Redding, had volunteered from behind them. Bears, yep, Elvis agreed, and then his lips had curled up in the too knowing smile. Mary remembered so well from TVs and movies and other things. Mary had begun, "If we stay for the show." Elvis nodded emphatically. "The show, oh yeah, you gotta stay for the show. We really rock. You just see if we don't. Ain't nothing but a stone fact," the policeman had added. If we stay for the show, can we go when it's over?" Elvis and the cop had exchanged a glance that looked serious but felt like a smile. "Well, you know, ma'am," the erstwhile king of rock and roll had said at last, "we're real far out in the boonies here, and attracting an audience is kind of slow work. Although once they hear us, everybody stays around for more. And we was kind of hoping you'd stick around yourselves for a while, see a few shows, and kind of enjoy our hospitality." He had pushed his sunglasses up on his forehead, then, for a moment, revealing wrinkled, empty eye sockets. Then they were Elvis's dark blue eyes again, regarding them with somber interest. "I think," he said, "you might even want to decide you want to settle down." There were more stars in the sky now. It was almost full dark. Over the stage, orange spots were coming on, soft as night-blooming flowers, illuminating the mic stands one by one. "They gave us jobs," Clark said dully. "He gave us jobs. The mayor, the one who looks like Elvis Presley." "He is Elvis," Sissy Thomas said, but Clark just went on staring at the stage. He was not prepared to even think this yet, let alone hear it. "Mary is supposed to go to work in the Bebop Beauty Bar tomorrow," he went on. "She has an English degree and a teacher's certificate. She's supposed to spend the next God knows how long as a shampoo girl." Then he looked at me and says, "What about you, sir? What's your specialty?" Clark spoke in a vicious imitation of the mayor's Memphis drawl, and at last a genuine expression began to show in the waitress's stoned eyes. Mary thought it was fear. "You hadn't ought to make fun," she said. "Making fun can get you in trouble around here, and you don't want to get in trouble." She slowly raised her bandage-wrapped hand. Clark stared at it, wet lips quivering, until she lowered it into her lap again. And when he spoke again, it was in a lower voice. "I told him I was a computer software expert, and he said there weren't any computers in town. They sure would admire a ticket to get a Ticketron outlet or two." Then the other guy laughed and said there was a stock boy's job open down at the Superette, and a bright white spotlight speared the forestage. A short man in a sport coat so wild it made Buddy Holly's look tame strode into its beam. His hands raised as if to stifle a huge comber of applause. "Who's that?" Mary asked Sissy. "Some old-time disc jockey who used to run a lot of these shows. His name is Alan Tweed or Alan Breed or something like that. We hardly ever see him except here. I think he drinks. He sleeps all day, that I do know." And as soon as the name was out of the girl's mouth, the cocoon which had sheltered Mary disappeared, and the last of her disbelief melted away. She and Clark had stumbled into rock and roll heaven, but it was actually rock and roll hell. This had not happened because they were evil people. It had not happened because the old gods were punishing them. It had happened because they had gotten lost in the woods. That was all. Getting lost in the woods was a thing that could happen to anybody. "Got a great show for you tonight," the MC was shouting enthusiastically into his mic. "We got the Big Bopper, Freddie Mercury, just in from London town. Jim Croce, my main man, Johnny Ace." Mary leaned toward the girl. "How long have you been here, Sissy?" "Oh, I don't know. It's easy to lose track of time. 6 years at least. Or maybe it's 8 or 9. Keith Moon of The Who. Brian Jones of the Stones. That cute little Florence Ballard of the Supremes. Mary Wells." Articulating her worst fear, Mary's, "How old were you when you How old were you when you came? Cass Elliot. Janis Joplin. 23. King Curtis. Johnny Burnett. And how old are you now? Slim Harpo. Bob Bear Height. Stevie Ray Vaughan. 23, Sissy told her. And on stage, Alan Freed went on screaming names at the almost empty town common as the stars came out. First 100 stars, then 1,000, then too many to count. Stars that had come out of the blue now glittered everywhere in the black. He told the names of the drug ODs, the alcohol ODs, the plane crash victims, and the shooting victims, the ones who had been found dead in alleys, the ones who had been found dead in swimming pools, the ones who had been found in roadside ditches with steering columns poking out of their chests, and most of their heads torn off their shoulders. He chanted the names of the young ones and the old ones, but mostly they were the young ones. And as he spoke the names of Ronnie Van Zant and Steve Gaines, she heard the words of one of their songs tolling in her mind, the one that went, "Ooh, that smell, can't you smell that smell?" And yes, you bet. She certainly could smell that smell. Even out here, in the clear Oregon air, she could smell it. And when she took Clark's hand, it was like taking the hand of a corpse. "All right!" Alan Freed was screaming behind him in the darkness. Scores of shadows were trooping onto the stage, lit upon their way by the roadies with penlights. "Are you ready to party?" No answer from the scattered spectators on the common, but Freed was waving his hands and laughing as if some vast audience were going crazy with assent. There was just enough light left in the sky for Mary to see the old man reach up and turn off his hearing aid. "Are you ready to boogie?" This time he was answered by the demonic shriek of saxophones from the shadows behind him. "Then let's go, because rock and roll will never die!" As the show lights came up and the band swung into the first song of the night's long, long concert, "I'll Be Doggone," with Marvin Gaye doing the vocal, Mary thought, "That's what I'm afraid of. That's exactly what I'm afraid of." The end. It wasn't too bad. It was a long story. Maybe you should have tried it for Escape and have their fingers chopped off or something. But other than that, it was pretty good. How much time do we have left? And how long is the next story? "34 pages. Yeah, we don't have time for another story. Hey, Sonia. What are we gonna do? I don't know. What trolls are you talking about? Here? Oh, who's Elfie? A whale weatherman? He gets trolled? Can you post a link in Dang Nation or something? Dang trolls. Those dang trolls. Maybe we should play a record. These candles bother me so much. Alright, here we go. The flame is just so weak on this candle. It's like the ones I get from Walmart. The flame is like twice as tall. some soup. She could smell it. I don't think it started yet, but it's supposed to start. It's supposed to keep snowing through the morning. Yeah, it's still snowing out there. This planter's wart is really starting to hurt my foot. After my trip the other day, I stood all day and all night. I just like standing on it too much, I think. Spent a lot of the day pacing the next day. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't have much time. I'm gonna just start a quick load of dishes. I don't know if I have time for that though. finish the rest later. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, Sapphire. I really love these pants that my wife got. They're like these pajama pants. So pink. They're so soft. I forget the brand. But they're really, really soft. Right. How much time we have left? All right. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live in the Book of Face each day, in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support after 833 pills, 833 shows. A number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she now hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, and funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand as this is advanced social science. Yes, the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quarter of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show, a 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me. Creature of the night. I love you too. An undone Benjamin Button. Pointy ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. Couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working in a sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Alright, pill number 833. Down the hatch. We are robot. Pill number 833, down the hatch. I'm a stallion, that's right, alright. Good to see you, Laura. Alright. All right, free love indeed. I want to thank you all for being here. This has been Jason as the Social Scientist. Bye Mouth Daily. Pill number 833. All right. Alright, so this is the house that Jack built. This is the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the mouse. Good night, Christina. That lay in the house that Jack built. Emma, your comments aren't showing up on here. I can only read part of them. Alright, this is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed the morn, that milked the priest, all shaven and torn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow, that crumpled the horn, that tossed the dog, that raped the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the mouth, that lay in the house that Jack built. This candle seems so dim too, doesn't it? Anyway, alright. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about. So will I. Good night, Scott. Scott's still here. Oh, I love you all. Dang it, 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 dang it. Good night, April. Thank you all for being here again. I love you. All right, good night, good night, good night. Good night, all.